Okay. We're finally back. Turn on the controller. Alright. Fortunately, I was ready to lead you to hide in. Oops. To lead you to Heidelin at last. We make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come. Alright. Let's go. Oh, alright. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists the ethereal plane. That is what we refer to as the ethereal sea. The heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, we must go deeper. It is easier to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle constructing the anti-tower, and once more in Balmazine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea did we begin to work on this facility. Our work has culminated in the device allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The telescope. And you communicate her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it is rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared beyond the telescope. Even so, I make no guarantee you will find her, nor for your safety, not so deep ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The telescope's ocular lens, which we may peer through the ethereal sea without placing ourselves in hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In the swirling depths, these pockets of aether are so dense and turbulent, they may unravel one's soul. We have to determine the risk of coming into contact with such a pocket. We will recall you with teleportation map. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the compositions of your souls remains here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there will be an increased probability that we will extract it too early or too late. Please, allow me. I have thought about this much, and in truth, I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me. Yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. There is no time for have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish to be there otherwise. If I assist in the manner of Master Folkenol has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? Can I think of none of us I trust more compared to all the efforts you put in keeping us alive while our souls were in the first? Preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. Even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. Its embraces memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one soul, or so we believe. Yet, what of these memories? Do you think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift in the ethereal tides? Some theories they may linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus, I do caution you to be wary, but I also have faith. Remember, those who gladly did extend a hand to you, they may lift you up once more. Oh boy. The entire scope is now accessible. On the party.
Right then.
Let's go. The northern empty, the eye telescope. Alright, let's go.
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
You're mine!
Continue on. That's another one. Why is that one gold? Oh no.
You're mine.
Sloppy! Oh, you're a boss. Wait, so if that purple one is ogre, then this gold one. Oh my lord. A rush of familiar wisdom and the principle of science takes form. Yeah, blue swan staff. Oh, well, again, my son. Damn. But that technically wasn't even a boss. This one radiates huge boss energy. We're gonna wait a second right out here, guys. 50 seconds. We're gonna need it. Oh my lord. You guys ready to go? Who will we face? Oh, Livia.
You underestimate me.
Uh-oh.
You underestimate me.
My Lord Gaius.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Oh. Yeah. Discard. Discard. Oh, wait. Oops. Alright, let's see where this goes. Whoa!
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Oh shit. The abyssal plane. Sinking to seven.
This will hurt.
More golden. The rest of familiar form, the valiant Archon takes form. Oh, the knight's memory. Oh. Ooh.
You cannot stop us.
Alright, what's here?
You're mine.
Oof.
You're
Oh boy, who is this? Oh! Oh! Damn, within.
You're mine! You underestimate me! You cannot stop us!
Oh. Goodbye, Queen.
Try and stop me! You cannot stop us!
Lord knows I feel. That seemed pretty slick. Well, thank you. Alright. Ooh. This light. Is it true? Oh. Is it who I think it is? It's about fucking time. Yeah. Oh, it's the wrong way.
You cannot stop us! You underestimate me!
Oh. Oh! I got distracted, sorry.
My turn!
I'm scared. Once we get this down to 1, we'll move on to the next. So, 3, 2, 1. Alright, who are you? Oh, just another monster. Alright, who's here? This is a lot of corruption. Oh.
But this is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Sundered Soul and Amon, the Undying. Alright. Well. Let's do this.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far!
You cannot stop us!
You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
Oh, whoops.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Bro!
What a boorish audience you are!
You cannot stop us!
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
What's in here? A tiny troll. Alright. I guess this is the way to Heidelin. Coming back.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name?
I was there on Elpis. With you. Belk. Odysseus. And not.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With them at Salk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Damme, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Oh.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
Ooh.
Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I'll do what must be done. ... Next time, we'll find the answer. Okay. Next time, we'll find the answers together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Good. The journey continues.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
There she is.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Oh. We meet again, Vanat.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
Oh no.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you does crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
The Mother Crystal is now accessible. Holy shit. During this quest, and when using the Trust System scenario mode, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with the Party of Scions. Some of these allied roles differ from when you normally use them to select. Additionally, you may now enter the Atioscopes and with a party of NPC avatars to make sure you open the Trust. I could do this trial with the... We gotta do this. Let's do this. Duty requirements. Ready check notification. The record. The Sea of Stars. The Mother Crystal. Divine Light. Hydaelyn.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Now don't pull immediately. How do I start this? Hope everybody's ready.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
I will not hold back. I have you now.
We're near or far.
Ooh.
And now this. Light unyielding.
I have you now.
Hold still.
This will hurt.
By blade.
Ooh.
We're near or far.
Damn it, I thought I was in there.
Hold still.
By blade.
Something special.
Crystals of light. To me.
Huh? Whoa, wait.
Here.
Wait.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
You cannot stop us.
Think. And find your way in the darkness.
You underestimate me.
Guys! Oh. I don't think I'm gonna survive this, to be honest.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
When you are resolved, something special.
This test is far from over.
By crystal light. Let's give him a show.
Hold still.
Light unyielding. I will not hold back.
Something special here.
Refulgence eternal.
You're mine.
Where near or far, I will not hold back.
Damn it. I always say you're on to dust. Let's try this again.
The strength of will to alter man's fate.
Make ready.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Damn it! What am I doing wrong there?
Hold still.
Light unyielding.
Be gone.
By blade.
Ow.
You underestimate me. Together we shall overcome this. Hold still. You're mine. You cannot stop us.
Light unyielding.
Hold still.
My turn. By blade. Crystals of light. To me.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Something's stopping me.
Away with you!
This test is far from over. By crystal light. Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
You're mine! Hold still.
Saw light in faces.
You underestimate me!
Oh!
To thee now.
Someone will pay for that.
Where high or low. By blade.
Allow me.
Succumb not to fear.
Oh, it's a flood of light.
Allow me.
Light unyielding.
Alpha no!
On your feet. Someone you know.
Hold still. Allow me.
Big shot. Let's go. Ooh.
At last, man has the strength to.
Yeah. Alright. Get into the next cutscene. Shame we'll never be in that zone again. Until we do the extremes.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes?
She gonna...
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way from now.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Holy shit. And sorry about that, Sean. I wish you a refund. Because of the bigness of that scene, I turned off the redeems when I noticed the Steve Minecraft playing. Alright, we'll quickly go to Twitch and issue that refund. Alright. Points will be returned within 24 hours. If not, contact with support. Ooh, shit, dude. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your soul as deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether neared the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? We fought Hyndman. Alright, give me a second. I'll turn it back on for you guys. Alright, there you go. The Hyndman is No way to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. Here we go. Okay. Seems like we're going back into a heavy cutscene, so we're gonna turn them off again. Find Medion if it's the last thing we do. If one of you minds handing over the crystal, that is, the fancy navigatory one. Yeah, Sean, I'll show you how to set them up later. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. We are. With words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know this, it pains you to accept this, but I need to ask one more from you. Yet we nearly have the two means to travel to the Great Expanse, the Moon and Charlene's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them, there will be no Exodus, but nevertheless, I beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit. I could not rescind it if I wanted. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You could chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? Perhaps a nap. Alright. Where's it taking us? Up to St. Annex. And take this real quick, and then we'll continue. You can always understand if you were there at the beginning. Yep. Right. Oh, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students must have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomenon, please let me know, and I shall add it to our records. Now, I won't help you, but I'll add it to our records. back underwater.
There you are. Some time, indeed. Yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Where are we off to? Oh. Okay. Cryo has urgent news. Eclipse, I trust you've had a good rest. The envoy and Master Argonauts arrived not too long ago with a message, but the Loporits have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather in Rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporits deduced the whereabouts of Medion by means of the crystal bequeathed onto us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the sea of stars, at the edge of creation. The veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. Then how are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, it is in its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within could greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess the aether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyperhopper into your aether burner, we will be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear it in mind, this is a decision not made solely at my discretion, but at the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loport's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor means abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength enough that needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, in the 11th hour, she would offer her another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. And what if the people who labor so tirelessly to prepare the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies, nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of Animantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loperts too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening to when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aethers and its people? If it means your survival, we will do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have to have need of our expertise. Where you're going, there's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem of our now can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead you the way to Medion. Why else would she give you the crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Ithris until you brought us here, Iriange. And now we're enamored with this place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Are you sure about that? Of course, none of this is responsible without you and the science, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if you tried. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Well, we've come this far. We will avert the final days, no matter the cost. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision, and preparations will bolster the Hyper Hopper. The Loperts will coordinate with the Elzebard contingent and have the necessary components transported via the travel Tower of Battle. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. Could seem there's not to do but rest to prepare, shall we? They're all outside. Or these South Amigos. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it's difficult to conceive how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible option at the late stage, let her trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. Which leaves not so small task to coordinate our efforts here to you and to Tyra. All goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time make the most of the time we've been afforded. Meeting's over, is it? You were there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? We're going to the edge of the universe. The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Eclipse, can I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans of the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Valdician Annex, alright? Come with me to Angora. I have something to show you. Welcome, Eclipse, to Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I made an expert effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Facing this unprecedented crisis, I knew you need to assemble unlike anything I've created before, and I wouldn't have been able to do that alone. And so, enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck and I saw the opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Fethnerian refugees, I decided to establish shop here in Charlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Buster, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mr. Sataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Let's see. The following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any duty you find irrelevant. Here we go. It's time. Let's see what Tataru made. I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nidhana would also like to offer her regards. At last, after delivering our dragon skills to the engineers, she remained to assist their work on the Aether Burner. The Simulacrum too will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Rod's at hand. It is rather convenient to keep abreast developments pertaining to the final days, or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Marcel, I was hoping to stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You must have blessed them with newfound purpose, and which means to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they return home to Razahan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce to our land. In fact, I came here to see how our new employees were settling in, and to express my gratitude in granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, your artisans have taught me so much of Bavarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity is nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, and of what will soon be attempted. If that was only then and that I understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must been blinding to its splendor. You journey well unto the heavens, and to protect that light, may the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. When that usher bugs, I would like to visit Razadhan again. This is all over. I worry your faith me. I should like to visit Razadhan when this is all over, and you'll be honored to receive you. There is such much of Razadhan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of the star have not given up hope. Neither must you. Ugh. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Eclipse, old boy. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair. Perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments, so as long as my confinement continues indefinitely, the young Lord Forton, insists that, so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlayan. Thus do I toil, every fiber of my being railed against it, while I've seen suffered the company of the brute Sicard, to see supplies transported in timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honorroy here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe. Perhaps, alas, the Charlene delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. Have you tried Archon Love? You can find it in every... If a hearty meal's what you're after, I suggest the last stand. The cafe over on the pier. The cuisine doesn't appear that appetizing at all, but... if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I'll give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion. And ta-ta for now, old boy. Have fun, buddy. Well, well, is that Eclipse and Tataru I spy? Hello, Hancock. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But in the matter of an entrepreneur should squander the opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas, worry not. I'll return straight away to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you'll find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I may have the confidence they will succeed. And I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There's not more than I can do than help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage. But on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at O Cairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Almer Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cake? Will there be lemon cakes? Oh man, a tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies in the world and Lord Lodorito would have to offer. But let's speak more about this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Ah, Eclipse decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Tataru? Wigs and Wedge. Biggs, Wedge, I take it your work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, indeed it does. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Razadhan have been rewarding experience, and that's nothing to say of what we learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlian. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in great need. Oops, did not mean to do that. And I suppose that he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day by just being there. It's hard to believe that we had the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. Into the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never would have thought to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the scions here are the catalysts that spark the need for great innovations. To think how much I've missed out on not having a member. I've missed out if I had not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair. And the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Eclipse. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend. That we do. And one filled with even more adventure. That we do, friend. That we do. When you head back, we should tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments. Oh, that's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I will get going. We still have a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right. I don't believe you two have been formally introduced. This is Varsadu from Palika's Stand. Oh, shit, I want to hit the other one. Haven't we met before? Pleasure is mine. Thank you so much, Saria. I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear and face a calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. But I know not whether we will call this place home or to return the Fafnir. But we are here today, and we are glad to contribute to the cause. And contribute they did by helping me make your new garments for as durable as possible. Put your hearts and soul into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battles to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From rising stones to falling stones, and after certain insufferable someone's Ruby's Bazaar, we're always fortunate to find friends amongst the way. Even when we were swept away to the first, Rahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us, though my heart would burst. Yours have been long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserved time and time again. For all the joys we shared, there has been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you cannot have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. What do you have for us? What's our outfit? In addition to your new ensemble, we have reprimants and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear from them. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however, all items have been subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the job gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. Let's go DPS. Let me see my gun. Draw it. Alright. I think it's only right if we... So... Alright, so... What's the first we have to put on? The weapon, head, body, hands. There we go. Not you yet. We'll keep the goggles on. I realize you still got lots of work to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you find yourself a moment to yourselves, and the others can as well. They said you were returning to Bavdisian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for too long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking to Cryo first. I'm sure they would have told them their plans. What's this? A locked box. Box is locked tight. I'll do this in a little bit then. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru? It was a little surprise, long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and then with great success. If you're looking for others, I thought though they've already taken their leave. Yashtola, Thancred, and Yanje have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alize and Grahati, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over the books of the Normannon. As for Alphanode and Estinian, well, they elected to pay a visit to Leviar Estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they will be glad for your company. You should seek them out. If you and Pekkas are just heading to the last stand before Yastola and the others have finished eating, but above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into a battle of fatigue mess, so remember, get a good night's sleep. Wait. I messed up. Pull in reverse, Cherry. All level locked. No, I'm not neglecting my duties. Honestly, I'm not even allowed to even a moment to myself. A genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know. The Ark is truly a marvel. I count myself fortunate in having the opportunity to help build it. A pity I did not come here sooner, or the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Eclipsed. Come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat. We're just about to, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Chitaru is finished.
The time is finished. Yep. Can't you see by my new cool clothes?
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Mr. Ola, I know you're blind, but please don't look directly into the sun.
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You got nothing left to prove, not to Reen nor Mathilia. We'll get through this together. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition. We'll make it through this together.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Dryboat. We've both changed much since then, have we not?
Mm-hmm.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Even so soon, I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of the bottle with your Yanshe, I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, and that's all that matters. Where should we go first? Let's see what Estinian and Alphanora are up to. Oops, wrong way. Estinian without armor? It's been a while since we've seen that.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait!
What's up?
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well. You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphina. I suppose I ought to thank both of you as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Off to Alizé. Which one's the closest studio? Pudding Way, what are you doing here? Clips, I've come to the studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations didn't jiggle as they should just yet, but I will persevere. Try speaking to Alizé, but she is fast asleep.
Oh.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Oh.
This feels familiar.
Morning.
Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word. I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle. Oh.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
It's a secret. Just enjoying the music. Just enjoying the peace and quiet. Guess this means it's time to go back. Welcome back, Eclipse. Reached to catch the final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. We're happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams of this final night before the big day. At night, at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
He remembers what she said to him.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns, the day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You can count on it. Onto the heaven. Once again, it's ready to send you off with a smile. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. When I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart, mayhap the teachings of Gallifagusian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. When one sees before is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life, things I believe that are worth fighting for, something to consider as you venture onto the stars. Where is that? Off we go. Northern and empty labyrinthos. Go. Ah, Master Eclipse. I've been aware of your coming. Please, use the lift here. We're gonna run there. This is it.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuneau, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, The Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Oh boy.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
This is it. This is definitely it. If you would be this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's go. 5 hours of MSQ left. We'll see how far we can get. Ooh. We're getting into the season finale. It's me!
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Issued the command to launch. Have Alphina do the honors.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist.
Onward unto the distant stars and beyond! Ragnarok, engage! Engage! Engage!
Oh. Oh.
the sky, I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
Rejoice.
So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Oh. Off we go. I highly doubt that, Gerky.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Oh boy. I don't like that.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment. Greetings.
Oh no.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality.
where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end. Where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
Anchored. Anchored.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all readings are within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Stars. Ultima Thule.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I can't guarantee it will be a helper on these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergencies. Of course, if you encounter any real dangers here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. A strange new world. You are fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect given the torpid and stale quality of air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let us begin our search to the prow of the ship. That's as good a direction as any. Do not stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Am I? It's the weather here. Where's my mouse? Umbral wind. Because I want to take all this in. Ruins. What of what I wonder. Uh-oh. Hold on, Alpha. Ruins. But of what I wonder. Perhaps we could find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic. An inscription. Anything. The metallic pillar is partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. Damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought by the heat of battle. Okay, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design on the top suggests it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we might conceive them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Oh, can't fly up to see it. Let's... How's the view? I thought this hill might afford better view of surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light of the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Vanguard was here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of the island, if you could call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Are you able to find anything? As I feared, there's still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness for as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Though, I can't help but to suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we could search elsewhere. They can't see? Agreed, we only found answers to only more questions. It's fairer stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. Eclipse a word before we join the others. What is it, Estinian? You see them too, don't you? The dragons? As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgar Somer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to receive him. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that live now on Erthis? Bah, better leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? It's alright.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade into a place you can perceive and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Oh shit, Necrod's gone? Soul without body, a form of which being we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, we existed in similar states when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that. 'Tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us the chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm, as we might confront the defeat Meteion, Estinian, Eclipse. Would you accompany me in speaking to these dragons? Perhaps they can enlighten us. I would ask that the rest of you survey these surroundings. If there's a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We will reconvene here when everything's finished. Leon said these dragons are shadows and shade from the world which dead as it sought oblivion. As such, they are not meant to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let's split up and gather what knowledge we may. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world, thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame, oh how I would adore thee, alas. With our timeless flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and we wait for its inexorable march onto oblivion. Thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Beyond is the distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities, black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor convictions did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never we known much such shame. Still now we are the winds, though no one could fill these wings with the burden of ignominy. We fly no more. We sink into oblivion. Stop it. Thou bidst me to speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch and wait and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in the nation. Ahamnul, the creator of the unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Level cheater. They led you here as well, did they? It has described to me as the source of their woes, some proof of their end. I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatchet ground, or it was. Or I've seen similar in Airthis. Midgardsormr's kind must have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Drífa said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs will have more to tell than what happened here. You peer inside and see the formless mass soaking in a pool of amniotic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. The murky liquid has pooled inside the eggshell. A noxious photor is indicative of contamination. Inside the shattered egg remains the unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. The egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragon net within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been here. If the dragon net was indeed hatched, there's no sight of it here, or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start at the cliff tops, I'll search the plains. boisterous howling hath quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling them. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within Haramnal are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast had now slain been the last. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They transcended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode death and war. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long, bloody battle, and only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet, when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for a coalition, and they were abandoned our ruins. Our survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. From the purest soil replete with aether did once cultivate our nesting grounds, but the lands were barren, and our eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. We few survive to hatch and emerge as abominations. We do not know progeny. But the dragons among you are capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fire faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. The vicious cycle. We now wait in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Chainsaw. Where is it? The bereaved dragon has fallen silent, weaving Estinian a sigh in frustration. They only want to brood in silence, to be left until their grief, until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and I wish I did not. What fools we were. This isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we learned. Come. be able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons. I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Eclipse Estinian. As for our part, I will believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than ever. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there's anything pad leading off of it. Sadly, there's nothing to be found. There's no amount of debris floating about. Could it be enough to surface a bridge and lead us elsewhere? I considered that, so I tried throwing the stone into a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reaches its mark. It crossed an invisible threshold, and beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that is what is outside this space. It is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporus to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instrument failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt to fly into another isle. What Medium told us before, emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. What you're saying is, we have no way forward. At the present eye, it is indeed the emotion that governs this island. Perhaps it is not Medions, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen the path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on the island to advance. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not likely to be persuaded to help us. Our reason is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future may not be as bleak as they believe it to be. Perhaps persuasion is not the answer. Medion meant to unmake us, and there under Ragnarok, she would have succeeded not from Frankfurt's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise ruled Ultima Thule and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it could be done again, in like manner, by overpowering prevailing emotions. Suppose Ultima Thule's architect, Medion herself, against whom Frankfurt did put herself against the clash of wills. Though I mark no leader among them, I did such. I suggest that drag possesses despair far more potent than most. Though enough mayhap it would dictate the course of the others. Thus their dominion can follow. We spoke a few words, chosen carefully, the tone and timbre alone, threatening to rend my heart into twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island, upon we would stand. Perhaps you will fare better. And I shall guide thee. Al N, they call him. In Dragonton, thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what are we to lose? Let's get going. The road that we walked was lost in the flood. Out goes the MSQ. Anchor's gone. Now we're trying to get the dragons. Yep. Alright, real quick, I am gonna go get a drink. Where's my mouse? There it is. I'll be right back. Shout out to the water. Alright. Let's continue.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this. So, waiting to die like all the others, are you? So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back! The emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
What?
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
What the fuck, dude? Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing. I'm sure of it. We will ride its flow, and we will see where it leads. Ooh. The powerful gale is leading to another island. The other silence should arrive before long. Did it. We found a way forward for us. The dragon remains trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Itstidian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphinaud, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they are willing to give into despair. They're unwilling to give into despair. They're fighting. How they say is right, we must press on for their sake. Roads paved sacrifice. As your stolen Alise said, we must continue. Notice the change in surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing from here. Were it not for the violet crystal imbued in the surface, it would appear to be an ordinary stone. Curious script has been etched upon them. Alas, it's not a language I am familiar. I can't say I don't recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve the knowledge in stone and issue the written words entirely. But we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Medion claimed the dragons suffered a slow death, seeking release from oblivion. But life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way, similar end. That's a legible script. What do you suppose that it's that over there? I'm not sure, but it's hard to make it out in this distance, but the surface seems to bear the same as the crystal monument. Meaning there's a chance to find whoever built it, or built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Hail, travelers. This is the most unexpected occurrence. Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I have forgotten the exchange instructions as expected when we first meet, those of which whom is unacquainted. When the vibration of one's vocals is still required to convey one's thoughts and intention, Ia, I believe, is the pronunciation in which you're referring to our people. Though it's not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As the gnome collector to address the person individual, we believe this one's pronounced as Kov Kudug. Yes, Kov Kudug of the Ia. We have encountered beings that communicate in thought. I had never thought of one wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via medium of aether or dynamis, as this place is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my present is positive then. That as well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it is surmised that our bodies are a comparable biological composition to which ones we possess. We have a number of queries regarding your subjective perceptions of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, we have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot. My apologies. I've been to make greater details than necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we are dispensed with the corporal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered the need for flesh and endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records are lost due to the passage of time. Take an example of the nervous system. It's well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference or sensation once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. The reason you regain corporeal forms? Why, for an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong of a word, it would be a much simpler matter of unmake ourselves through the etheric extinguishers. The traditionalists among us believe proper death is required for an inescapable sense of impermanence to one's final moments, an experience found only in the bodies of flesh. We would very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions we will have to the best of our abilities. Exchange information would indeed be useful. Very well. To ensure an efficient exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of Ea, where the traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of the tacit approval of your plans, in which case your cooperation is appreciated. But I must caution you, however, be mindful of Ea wandering the desert. Their dire desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget our aim for is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all that they have created. At any rate, you'll find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compilers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though their quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, the violent crystalline constructs hanging from the stones of the structures there. You say remain idle, but what if your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That's why I present your arrival, and I shall continue to engage with you still. But other than the others are currently in a hostile state, rest assured, you would not be the object to disturb their respite. You would need to cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. You cast your thoughts, but there's no response. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray, a moment if you mind. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? A strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it's likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but consecrated effort aether now. Worry not, there is no others who would need those lodgings. And they should not prove a hindrance and remain as they are. But more importantly, you said you did and find you answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they'll be with us ere long. Flesh abandoned. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ea have awakened. Oh, there they are. Excuse me. I introduce the Lakdak, Udik, and Nedig. It's Hulon Kupgug. I dare say Satyr is completed an orbit. Indeed. Until the travelers brought to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some have become. Travelers? Ah, of course, of course. They're the ones to which know why we seek to make corporeal forms. Truth in the matter is plain that the neighboring systems, but single account would fail to requirement scientific objectivity. Thus, I bid them to wake you. You sound like you got too much phlegm in your throat and you're trying to pronounce those names. Am I the only one who struggles to understand? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms, the divergence they afford mayhap much similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kupdug, have you already observed the requisite custom to the traveler? One that is expected when due and receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Yes. So long has it been, I completely escaped my mind. Still does it. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I hope you would. Perhaps we could search the archives for the answer. Come on, Nidig. The archives have been frozen, unless we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Being as of flesh, they must regularly replenish their aether. By contributing to the replenishment, we communicate with them with our friendly intention. That's right. That's right. Excuse me. We duly invite you to come join us in the communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have the chance to learn something, there's no reason to decline. Excellent. You are care to follow, and we shall feast you two on the purest of aether. Stop breathing water. This facility is where we replenish our aether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionally sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you wish to take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with the purest aether. Please absorb it as much as you like. Something about this seems sus, I'm not gonna lie. You brace yourself for the rush of sweet, sweet aether. But nothing seems to happen, so perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected, as meticulously as one creates a Ia's home, the word of ultimate through, I cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amaranth. However, appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that the memories of the dead in whom which we deal. Oh, did you have your fill of aether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it, the deficiency of our forms, it would seem. Ah, very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your aether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. I think their mouths not only serve to expel sound, but draw in substances as well. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regret we could not partake in your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. Of course, acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but to wonder, where thou wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and hence to vanish, nor will favor us an explanation. When the Ea yet presents corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves in the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believe we will eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. Intangible such as the land as to intangible such as labor, there exists a myriad of hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling. Too short to enjoy hurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain an integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we have more time to freedom to be okay, fuck you. We went on to greater strides in quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. No, we discovered the universe came into being and explained all exact phenomena, hence predict the future. If we could achieve this, we believe we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. Did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of the said truth is essential to the contribution of our conservation. If you would learn more, we would share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They possess corporeal forms. Their lives are readily ended. As those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. What thinkst thou? We have deliberated and come to the consensus. If you are resolved to know, we will disclose you the truth of which we discovered, the truth to the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode. This place is called Elgilia. Lowering their level fell. Fundamental truth. We will hear it. Of course. Let us learn of what led to such enlightened people to an indolent end. I'm going to be waiting on Arianchi's. If we join the Iwa, one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Eclipse, Graha, may I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We'll head outside the abode. Kindly follow me. I don't know what mischief you're upon, Arianchi, but I trust you have your best interests at heart. The rest of us will go ahead to Elgilia, lest you worry we won't start without you. Oh. Dang, that's pretty cheap to teleport across the universe. Sorry about that, I can check something. Aye, this place is now sharp. Spring you wish to investigate? Pray, forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. Was the pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. We have established that here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. And yet, one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, They believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Leon has taken their hearts onto herself. Leon has made contact with them when they were still alive. Leon made contact with them while they were still alive. Of course, she must have visited the stars of the dragons and the Ea before the race perished in their entirety. Thus, she could make their emotions her own, and then create more faithful simulacra that she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon the assumption, consider these two races may have met their demise. According to thy own tale, Medion perceived the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathic interest to her nature and eletekic intellecti. In the course of her starfaring journey, she journeyed to being strongly desired for a cessation of their existence. She would be powerless before that desire. Even if she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my suspicion that, overwhelmed with her longing for death, Medion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and Ea onto their doom. Of course, such did not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find a way forward, pray ask yourselves this: in the place where you stand, who is the soul that yearns the most of desperate for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again I would betray your trust. This pledge I do make my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as to fulfill my own destiny. You say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know, full well, but I can beg for thy forgiveness, yet I must even go to such lengths. I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer that I have found within. Answer the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all, that's what we've been through, and I shall only say this. Do what you must to see your convictions through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, let us go rejoin our comrades. Let us be off to Iglalia, Eligai, whatever the fuck we're supposed to be going. Everyone to count of 4? Shall we be then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb-3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost? No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow.
Don't do it.
The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost. So press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. my studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
You look like you're having fun. I hate it here. Victory. Lost. Are you all ready to continue on? Now let's make our way for the light shown. Stolen or Yanje must have opened the way for us. Go. I tuned here, right? Yeah. You're almost there. The tube. Yes, I can feel it, the aether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal. No mistake. Let's see where it leads. Portal of wisdom. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming places, that is it? We must try to find the denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land to see how far we can go. I'll help Alpha know with that. In the meantime, you and Grohoff search for friendlier folk. Apart from the hostile beings, take care around your footing. I mislike the look of the terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. Well, I think I can see where we're supposed to go. I expect the twins to seek the outermost bound to the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There's many machines prone here, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they most certainly attack any of those who venture too close. Let's avoid them and look for other ways that appear more approachable. Hey, an Aether Current. And a Bahamut. What does that share? Is it on its own cooldown? What the fuck does that share with? Quick clips, the machines here don't appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Beg your pardon, but we are searching for the destinies of this star. Ooh, unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Oh. The planet what? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. May it be translated to Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called Omnicrons, and you may stand within one of our outposts. The Omnicrons, you say? What is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. We presently do not have a designated target. You have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you'll be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem forthright. Well, I will see what else we can learn from this fellow. It would be you trying to speak to the others. Oh, autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions level satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting additional instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside of targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omnicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire new combat data and resources. Most recently, we have succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength is said to be parallel, the dragons. Yet, though endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. The subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred and exceeded the gains. These guys took out the dragons. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, be aware of malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omnicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues the instructions to our forces at foremost 6 strategic matrices in the bear designated Stigma. Okay. You learned a few things. So did I, ere we do share our findings. There is, however, I believe, the best step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come to no surprise, but there's no way forward. There were portals like the ones we used to get here, but those work only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of emotion. What of yourselves? Did you find anything to speak with? We found robots. And the robots wiped out the dragons. So the Omnicrons seek advancement through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leaders yet to issue new commands, so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Arianche's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Arianche said this. During our investigation, before we join you in Elgia. So that's the way of it. He couldn't have said it to all of us. Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While much of the dragons in EA long for death, the Omnicrons longs for conflict. Much as they may lead to destruction, it may be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omnicron which we spoke, there is a console which we may communicate with it. MO32 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe it is worth investigating. What say you? Is ready to set forth. So, the console we seek lies far beyond the isle. Given the nature of the grounds, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems, so let us all watch our step and make our way. Come on. Here we go. Controller, please. See you later, Stinky. Uh-oh. Damn, a lot of these aether currents are close by. Oh. Appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. There must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Oh, I didn't even think about
Sid
that.
built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
I can use my custom-made Omega Jammer. Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with set guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let's focus on the search of the outpost. Alice and I will speak with the Omicrons this time. He hopes we might learn something. Meanwhile, you and Groha will observe from a distance. Okay. Let's go. Ready for a fight. Search the base of Omicron and see if you find any points of interest. Where did that one just go? There it is. Stay still, damn it. Now I'm kind of wondering, let me see. Here he is. Let's see. Left the base. Let's follow it. Hey, another Aether turn. Not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have used the portal. I'm gonna go through and see what we find. Ooh. M017. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What's the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of such device. Go at such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires we study it. As this task has been completed, this specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have to continue to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star once this tree came. This is the last remnant of a dead world, and we have nothing towards it to may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why does it to behave such a way? To what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does that pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume the state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside of order. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron, but these are not uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed the ability to make decisions. No one unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. Endeavor to live even when we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Eclipse, one day, when you think the adventures become part of your epic, do you think I'll be mentioned in it? You're not here, so you can be in the story. Of course. Why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say most things until the moment has come to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we best get on with our task. Track it down, Sir, and understand the nature of the emotion of which bears this way. Bars this way. Hello, world. Hatia is ready to take the next step. Right. Bye bye, Lambda. Rahatia says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were no help. They all said the same thing about extended operations unit, that there is no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove its business as usual at this outpost. But enough about us. Tell us what you learned about. Yo, so this robot, he likes a tree. I'm calling him Wally. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None others even have a fraction of philosophical. This unit may as well been in a position of leadership. Perhaps even one of the comprised CERN. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars to enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they may be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron body, I see no reason why that would not be possible. The problem is about how going about asserting if that is what happened. When I attempted to probe further, he promptly ended the discussion. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt he would be willing to reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use the lightning on the console again, but make it stronger. Much stronger. At the moment, it could exhibit a reaction. It could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspiring idea. I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board this time, but allow me to do the honors. I'll stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During this time eclipse, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention, shortly before you returned, an Omnicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... that could be our errant Omnicron. We must seek it out to begin our operations at once. Alright, Alphanon and I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I will unleash a veritable storm. I never heard of a spell called Irritable Storm. This will work. I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend. Let us find this doubt-plagued Omnicron. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. Where is... there it is. Alright, let us continue. Hello, world. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Oh, wait, that's not a way to go. Kick its ass, queen. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. I'll begin to check down. So now I say we'll take a strike at the console. Observe closely for anomalous behavior after Alizé's cast her spell. You may lumen or not with this. Look, they're ready. Here I go. There you go, sir. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command has suffered from intermittent failures. I will now leave at once to present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility, if you'll excuse me. What you need, friend, isn't maintenance. It's to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console we used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected with Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move farther away from other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let's head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Skipper One. Was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. His body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own. And with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
mind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you, properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
Next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just the start. Forge ahead. That crystalline path, Raha's paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. Those who await us in faith. So come, let us speak to the path's beginning, and it appears to be outside the outpost. Is that it? Okay, we fixed it. This is it, Kirky. Book Eclipse, the portal is opened. This should deliver us true. It must. This is where the path begins, ascending to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one step at a time. Our friends got it this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Let's go. Anchored would scout the road ahead. Your stolen Uriange would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Raha would join in on the discussion, or else chat with me and Alice about the mission. Destiny would be in the rear, apart yet present. All of you, while you would come and go wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear is my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's much quieter now. But the fact that we can breathe and continue on is proof the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? Portal's barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far. Much farther than would have been possible if we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. But it is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them that Highland has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of every star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborated dream? Any moment now, awake in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive, I go about my day, relieved as fragments of this other life fade away. And that could be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it? No. No, I would not give up these experiences, good and bad. They are mine. They are me. Me? Oh, I still got plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll be sure to bear our share of the burden. Rest assured, I am fine, but thank you for the concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed the impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Well, this is it. The end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we have achieved, how it changed us for the better. It's for what it's worth, for and dying for, as they did. There's some structures up ahead, still ways to go before it reaches the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it'll all work out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish it for all the same, and for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once, I want to be the one to help you. This is almost... normal. Not unlike many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings? Or invisible to our senses? Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Medion. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. No one is here, then neither should there be any motion to bar our way out. Yet Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? I'm not alone. If Alice A is discouraged, she betrays no hint of it. Whatever Mion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We should have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it does not appear to be a sprawling place like the ones before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that I swells within this dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because you're comrades, but they can't protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. So quiet. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you should try calling out. Is anyone there? Anyone has heard you? They do not respond. If it were not for the thick layer of dust, you could imagine someone drinking those cups but moments ago. The object resembles a tree, and it appears to be fashioned from some sort of stone-like material. Erected in the place of an actual tree, or to serve another purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain. You tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves. Those you sitting on the counter, vessels for beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. It's still so deathly quiet here. In the distance, you glimpse Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spying no signs of life. Anyone can hear me! Say something! Her calls echoes faintly before being swallowed by silence. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects are left to be letterboxes. The door's rusted shot, and the firm dust all over suggests no one's come through in a long, long time. Lips, take a look. If the road was a little longer, we could have reached the sun. But perhaps this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left on tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched long enough. Let's find Alpha Note and compare what we've learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
I promised your parents I would keep you safe.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alisaie, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
This music, man.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Holy shit. Meanwhile, in old Charlene.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe.
Final days, Charlene.
Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Get as many people in here as you can, Gurky, if you... Oh.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Oh. The city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
Oh.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look for light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Drink of calamity and drown in.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Oh, it was all
I am ever grateful.
Came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause. I'll reach you. I'll reach you. I'll find a way.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteion, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
Ugh, how disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Medion.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of blind frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
I don't think I ever knew what to say to that man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. You are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to its triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. It's time. Now it is the coming of the end. The final curtain is about to fall. We are to become the Endwalker. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn stand ready for the finale. Are you ready, Eclipse? Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. With the dead sun swirls the emotions the Medion has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it was not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not the passing judgment of tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. So you struggled to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Put an end to the end. Everyone's going home today, understood. Everyone's going home today, understood? The Dead Ends is now accessible. I forget it's this anyway. Oh, this is a dungeon? So you know who we're bringing.
Right then.
We'll see you guys at the other end. Let's see the dead.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
The Dead Ends. Let's go.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to the suffering. There is no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves, we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught and yet craved more. Our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually, we ventured out into the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppled any who dare oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking.
all mine!
You underestimate me!
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
You underestimate me!
You cannot stop us!
This world was not boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled with foraging of tools and conquests. Cramped homes turned into a squalor, and then came the sickness. Our undoing, the final blessing the star had to offer. We were no longer the fools we once were. Whatsoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is only the most painful unto nothingness, and wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. Oh my god.
Those who lived and tested. Those who died.
You underestimate me!
What else do I have in them? Oh. Damn.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
Spatial distortion. Visions of another world will appear before you. First, I feel like I should get rid of a few things. Why do I have these dies? Yeah.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
That's not it. Long forgotten.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
The otherworldly beings first graced us with their presence as a sign. Indeed, we understand that the global community are possessed of the wisdom, compassion needed to guide this star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we've labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of this star and once myriad nations, wars waged, and countless lives lost. But they will be brought to heel, the world unite under a single standard, no matter the cost.
You cannot stop us!
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Why'd my controller just turn off there? Connect. There we go. Now's not the time to die, controller.
This will hurt.
You cannot stop us!
Correspondence as we go against Alexander Ripoff. We construct the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other threats to peace has so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures the singular function is to carry out cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we've created are now rooted to every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Last bracelet of aiming. Yeah, we want this. Alright, Peacekeeper, you're ready. Oh! Let me see what this they're talking about. Hang on real quick. Controller, now's not a good time to disconnect. Is my controller really dying right now? Out note. Adjust, please. My controller is actually dying. It's dead.
You underestimate me.
After this boss fight, one way or another, we're gonna have to take a mini break and recharge the controller. No.
You underestimate me.
This is the hardest thing I ever had to do. Whew.
What is the point? There were none left to answer.
I did it. I killed them all. Visions of another world unfold before your eyes. The plenty. Oh, I like this place. That's
Farther still existed a star without strife. where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Oh, that's why it's not working. There we go. A curious traveler visited our star, a bird which proffered the question, what meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and our nescience sought purpose. Struggled, we justified life's worth. It was, of course, before we achieved perfection, now condemned to our paradise. We understand the futility of existence. Like the fledglings we were once, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answers might change.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Gonna get...
You cannot stop us!
What's here? Is it that Sphinx-looking thing? Rala. The last mercy. Let's get started.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were loud, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
You're mine!
Graha, you missing a few people there? Casting, more like trashing. While we get the cutscenes, I'm gonna plug the controller in.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and the past the future. So shall sin until life ceases to be.
Seven hells.
On your guard.
Oh boy.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
Oh!
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out! Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain. awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
It'll be okay.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence, curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you.
We're working on it.
I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
Alright, I gotta get the controller. Ah! Alright, controller. Let's go. I don't want your help. If it comes down to it, I won't save you. I don't want your help, Xenos.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
The final day is now accessible. Oh. Let's go. Termination. I'm ready to end this. That's what I think. Let's go! Where are my tanks? Epic? Definitely. Surely is the climax. It is time for this to end. My question is, how do we get to this platform? Oh, this is how. We built it. The final days. Let's hope the warriors beyond the rift can help out. The final day. End singer.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Oh! Oh, God. Oh.
Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness.
Guys, stop it! We cannot. Oh. Oh!
All of us have known despair. We have seen the end.
Damn it! Again!
The same end. Again and again.
What is... Oh. Where is the... Oh! Here's definitely not where I'm supposed to be. Oh! He's not. Oh boy.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
I'm gonna trust you guys.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh, that's not the right one.
We have seen the end.
Huh? No!
The same end. Again and again.
Okay, so that one is gonna go off first. Then that one's gonna start turning back. Come on, guys, don't share the brain cell.
This is a kindness.
Wait for this mechanic to go off. I'm back.
All of us have known despair. Even stars must die.
Okay, there's a star there. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
It's so lonely between the stars.
Right. Nope. Oh, stop it! Stop it! Mayday!
This is a common. If there is no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
I don't think we can heal through this.
What is this defiance? No! The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate!
No matter the cost!
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up. The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw.
Music.
This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself.
Now we're working as a team.
None should hope for better. If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Holy shit. I was like, I don't think We can heal through this. Oh my god. Oh. Now where are we? Oh. Oh.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, will restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
I'm not. I'm sorry, I just...
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero? Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
If you choose the wrong option, you have to restart the entire MSQ. Add to this part. Oh, okay. What will you say? That I can't deny. Think of what you will. But I'm not letting you leave this place. I've had enough of you. It ends here. If we say the first one, we acknowledge that me and Xenos are the same. Think of that what you will, but I am not letting you leave this place. Bro, I don't know which one to pick. Xenos isn't wrong. What will you say? Which one do you guys want me to say? Think what you will. I'm not letting you leave this place. I've had enough of you. It ends here. That's... Think about the time before we were heroes. First one. Pick the first one. We'll pick the first one. That I can't deny.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
Where's the sun? All right. Any other screenshots you think I need, guys? Besides. You don't get to come back here until this part of New Game Plus. Any other screenshots you think I need to grab here while I'm here? Because I honestly feel like it's time to give Xenos, Wyatt, or Galvis his long-awaited reunion. Let chat go up ahead so you guys can hear what I said. We good to go? We'll take one with them. Fuck it. Alright, going once. Going twice. A third time. Okay, Xenos. Let's give you your long-awaited reunion. There you go. Sonos soul is a blaze of passion. Space becomes to life. It burns. Your soul burns brighter. Your power swells. Let's go.
Nothing back. Push yourself to your limit and need to mine. Still fighting you, I see.
Judgment bolt out of the water. Test of my what? Ooh.
reflexes!
Diamond dust. Oh! Oh, too soon. Ow!
A test of your reflexes!
Again! Whoop. Controller now. There we go. Move that in. Get him, Queen!
A test of your reflexes!
Uh-oh. Ugh. No fair.
I know you feel too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
Oops.
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Quite the opposite, actually.
Yes! Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet! Of your reflexes. I have you. A test of your reflexes. Fortitude.
Uh-oh.
Mine for the taking.
Uh-oh.
I have you.
No, you don't. Controller! Now is not the time!
Mine for the taking. yet. Not until the last of me is spent.
You better hurry. Ooh.
Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Not today! Oh. I love this game. I love it. That's why he's down. Punched him in the dick.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding, brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment.
And
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone, and
Please.
you can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Are you with us?
A smirk.
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone all right?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this! When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came! And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
Oh boy.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home.
Is that? It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it! Welcome home. Yes!
Ah.
Welcome home, everyone! Welcome home!
I'm gonna say it. Hot take. The Final Fantasy team has done it again. Topped Shadowbringers. They did it. The sons of a bitches did it. Mm-hmm. It may not look like it, but I'm freaking crying, dude. And it's about to be 4 a.m. and I'm crying in the club right now. I'm gonna let my controller charge while these credits play out. There you go. At least now I can watch reaction videos to other people doing this stuff now that I've experienced it myself. Now get this. Just kidding, there's no Biss yet. My god. Good shit. So, you know what? I'll wait till the credits play out. Because I'm starting to think about the plans for tomorrow. Cameron Turner was the one who accepted the award at the Game Awards when it was going on. That name I remember. He was the one that picked up the trophy for Best Ongoing and Best Community. Ah. I'm not sleeping, I'm just my heart's starting to stop beating as fast. All the endorphins is out of my system at this point. Now I'm just enjoying this. Post-nut clarity? Essentially, dude. So what you sent me, Gurky? Sad. You been leveling your crafters? Or your rafters? Water? Need more water. We're almost to the end. I need hydration after crying. Yep. Ooh. Have you heard this track? Incredibly patient. Yep. They deserve they deserve it. Let these. Make sure you click once on the screen. That's not good. Oh, 30-minute kick out, yeah. There we go. Special thanks. Twitch Japan. And all the Final Fantasy players. Warrior of Light, Eclipse Morning Star. I'm gonna see if I could get that on my credit card.
Dearest Mother, dearest Father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
We're disbanding?
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight, to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently, as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
It's our goodbyes, I guess. Eclipse, seen to your preparations, have you? I've just been making another soup of my belongings, when due to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we received new reports detailing devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north in Garlemald and in frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was in an area in the northern empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Sharlayan too would come under threat. Thank goodness it's all over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. Oops. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of adding in those need coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though, they'll curse my weakness and my inability to fix every problem, save every soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of the many moments of triumph and accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like the one that when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. Think you can keep up with me? I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alice Liviere. I'm not trying to become famous or anything. That being said, the next time we meet, I'll vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Baka? Essentially. Alright, who's next? Urianger. Eclipse, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting not be forevermore, 'tis nonetheless the occasion for sorrow, akin to a pixie's path. Navigation of such farewells is perilous endeavor, indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the little creatures of Erthis. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere we may come to pass, there is much more if each party to learn of each other, a process with doth promise indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits have gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Heidelin, 'tis said, did imbue them for her love of all things born on this star. And 'tis Venat's own nature, I believe, that doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed to what they've strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for the lone laborers to be rewarded, and their abiding affliction from man result to boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'll call it a friendship. Acquaintance? I'd call it a friendship. I do not wish to presume. I would be honored should they consider me a friend. For 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day shall belong to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oftentimes have mine reticences caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect unloyalty, and yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead, I do proffer my humble support. Be it into the deepest abyss or into the highest heavens, even if I must need founder across stormy seas, I shall answer thy summons. Oh, Eclipse, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I made them worried enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease. We shall continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alisaie and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery. You see, though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilzabard contingent still stationed there. Lucina and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lucina and her sister. That burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth of Lord Quintus's words. The truth is, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nation do not move unto action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I doubt the intention of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may find themselves drawn into political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure the people's needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, so that we may better help them begin anew. You best write to me too. Write you letters? Of course, I would be glad to do so. But I would be gladder still if you were to come and visit. I believe I speak for Alisaie as well. But fairly, as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been by my side, watching over me, in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope I can ever look to you. In good times and in bad, as dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Eclipse, from the bottom of my heart. Your turn, Cryo. Oh, Eclipse, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlian, I was truly torn as ever. There was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least lend aid to our cause, and so I struck a bargain. But, in the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could very ended differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. I won't lie, I thought that was the end for me. It worked out. You did the right thing. It's a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made feeling woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the form without my nerves getting the better of me. I always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldissian. Though our work, Charlayan will strengthen its ties to other nations, and we may be prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully, I have the staunchest help of Raha and Otika and our other remaining members. Together, we will continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales. We may even need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not that you feel obliged, mind you, but you'll feel the allure for the task itself. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Graha, I'm saving you for last. Thancred. Ah, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you, for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, healing magics or no. I'm more impressed with how swiftly you recovered. Then again, this is hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you have accomplished. Medion defeated, her cries of believing cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Reen has tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Ariange as aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to our problems, but that can go unattended by nations. We'll do our best to help out, where and when we can. Which, I suppose, is not the approach far removed from aimless wandering, when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am faring well, and leave it at that, eh? He is a proud dad. No need to mention this feelings of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones that come to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return from when our work was done? One day, the scions came together. I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Eclipse. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I ever made. I can honestly say the same. But all good must come to an end, at least for a time. You should need help handling infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller in the bargain. Stinian. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. Just worried how you'll earn your keep now. Just worried about how you'll keep your keep now. You talk as if the Scion's disillusion was more than a mere pretense. If there may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you concerned for me anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some were worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment, he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azir Dragoon, I am guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hainish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things settle down here. He did not deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like it as not. In Fafnir, like elsewhere, the phenomenon caused by the final days abated when you defeated Medion. Though it was too late for those who have already transformed, life was beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish to work and study. Vitra will always the sapchap in truth, and gratifying to see him come once in name as well. One who has complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not that long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence had hid ulterior motives, but 'tis he cared for his people, and they returned that into him. To know thy nation may flourish company. Vitra's kin sought to release from conflict. So weary they were suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard Somer did not give up hope. In hopes he made the journey to the distant Ithris with his clutch of eggs. And his progeny went on to embroil conflict with man. There were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is the legacy of their triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve. It lends me strength. These things I might never have learned if I had not joined you. Should you ever need me, I will come. At the very last, it may be the opportunity to earn coin. Oh, we've seen our farewells too. I hadn't at present planned on the journey of any great length. Not that I am adverse to the moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. Something that's been on my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. More than easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts. The history of Ithis and the ancients, the glimpse of the Ea and their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape of interpretation, though we seek to capture our well-known words, and invariably molded to fit the narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. The event described as sad, a summation of which fails to express the emotion complexity. Yet, the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some may deliberately embellish the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon another. In the end, the result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing my account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet, even more potential for corrupted meaning. I do, of course, realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well, then I shall endeavor the pen when I can of the Ea and the ancients, and so many other wonders. But I'm no scribe, so it would be less polished work and more reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better I haven't sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return the following and where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with something impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a new perspective. Mine is rather different than most. Okay, Graha, now it's your turn. Oh, Eclipse, might you have a moment to talk? With the Scions stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. After speaking with Cryo, I've decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Aldician. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for granting me a new home, but if our order never existed, I would never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life may have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For the added benefit, new mysteries often find their way at our doorsteps, mysteries that could prove an ideal of fulfilling our promise, or to embark on new adventures together, unlike any we had experienced before. Whenever you have the time or inclination, my friend, I must stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall the realm of the Omicrons? When I asked what you thought I might be mentioned in your epic, while 'tis true that you've earned a place at your side is the stuff as dreams. In the end, nothing will give me greater joy than to stand by you in the here and now. It need to be some grand endeavor. It shouldn't even need to be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. I'll hold you to that. I know, as much as we already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it is impossible that some have found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them to seek adventure with someone and then find their partner a new purpose, a new dream. Or if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Whenever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should commission of any interest come your way, you'll be the first to know. Alright. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking of sending everyone off. Leave the Rising Stones? With your permission, then. Attention please, at the risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as reception, I bid you all a safe journey. Till next we meet, be well.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania, there is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who would be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlia before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
What's going on in Elpis?
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
You have completed the main scenario quest, Endwalker. Quests to unlock new content have become available in Old Charlene. Additionally, you may now enter the dead ends with a party of NPCs. Rest well, Champion Erithus, for many more adventures await you. The perfect segue to go back to the webcam. And so, the Hydaelyn and Zodiark saga has come to its conclusion. Our story has closed a chapter in its books. I want to thank you all for joining me on this journey. Thank you for the people who've been watching this live on Twitch. Thank you, people who have been watching this on YouTube. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Watching it all come to a close with this curtain call. Now, we gotta know what's next. The plan for tomorrow, though, when I get on... Now let's get fucked up, essentially. But the plan for tomorrow is when I go live, hopefully sometime around noon. No promises. We are going to tackle Pandemonium, normal mode. Second order of business is to get flying in all the zones. Third order of business, start leveling the crafters and gatherers. But, once again, thank you all for joining me on this journey. Thank you for joining me in this chapter. It was truly amazing, and I really want to express my thanks to the Final Fantasy XIV team for making this such an enjoyable experience. And, excuse you, what do you mean? What'd I forget? Get 90 dungeons unlocking complete. We'll add that to the list. As you can see, even though we're done, we're not done. We got so much more to do. So thank you guys so much for watching. And once again, if you guys are watching on YouTube, come check us out at twitch.tv/eclipse_ed. Hit that follow button so you know whenever I go live. And that's it. I want you all to stay happy, stay safe. For now, this warrior light must get some rest. May you all walk in the light of the crystal.